hot start to the meet, winning at 57%. I had to include that one.
Yeah, I did too, looking at it, and preparing the morning line. The horse's paper maybe indicates that the horse could have been on a higher odds, but with what's transpired already in this meet, I had to make the horse a shorter price. I think the public's going to be on this filly. Like you said, Johnny Ortiz and Gutierrez both off to a good start, and, his barn's really, really firing. So I threw that one in. But for me, if I'm playing that pick 4, I'm going to go short in the open leg, and this is one of the races where I'm going to buy it. I'm going to hit the all button here because I can make a case for any horse in this race, and I did put Johnny's horse number 2, Pacific Grove, on top as my top pick, and then along with that, the 3 and the 6. But pick 4 purposes, I'm gonna buy this race.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think I singled in that first leg to buy this race as well, and have several runners in there with so many horses getting that drop in class from maiden special weight to maiden claiming, which is what this race is. That can really make a big difference for those horses. So I think we're going to see a standout performance for some of these fillies and mares that maybe have just run a little bit flat in their career before. Race number 3, an allowance optional claiming for $15,000. And this one, 6 furlongs on the dirt there. 4-5-2 was how I saw it, with a lot of preference there for the 4 and the 5. Big Sport, another trainer that's off to such a hot start. Brittany Vandenberg and Chris Amy have been teaming up to do so well here at the P-Patch. And this looks like a horse that's definitely in form. I mean, I can't go further back and find a race where this horse hasn't been in the top 3 when under the care of Brittany Vandenberg. So I certainly thought that this was one to use. You?
Exactly. Those are my top 2 picks, 4 and 5. And for the exact reason you said, Brittany, all she does is win, win, win. And Big Sport, 8-5 on the morning line. I don't know who has enough speed to go this one to even try to soften it up. Espionage, I don't like Espionage. I think the horse is going to be over bet. May show some speed, but stuck to the inside. I don't think this horse is going to do any good first off the claim. I'm going all about Brittany here. I'm shortening up in this race. I'll probably just try to get through this race with the 4 and 5. If I had to bet a try or super, after that I'm probably going to buy underneath. But I did use the 6-spin Benjamins underneath for my 3rd spot here, 4, 5, 6 for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I certainly think those are the horses that you're going to have the biggest chance, best chance to win here. Race number 4, as we close out that pick 4 sequence as you're playing along, a mile distance here, a nice, interesting one-turn mile that we have at Ellis Park, which I think lends itself nicely to that 7 furlongs at Churchill Downs that a lot of these horses come in from. 4-6-1 was my top 3 with the 4 business model, for Brendan Walsh. Going to run as a gelding for the first time, gets the services of Joe Talamo, and yes, coming off a layoff from September of last year, but it certainly seems like this has been a horse that's well prepared by the barn, and they win at 18% with horses coming back off an extended layoff. So I'm going to put a little bit more confidence in the gelding that I think is going to come really sharp today, and I'm excited to see this one in the paddock. We'll certainly give my thoughts on as far as the physicality, the fitness of this horse coming off the layoff, because that can make a big difference, Jimmy.
Absolutely, and Brendan, very capable trainer, and having a decent meeting here. Now, just 1 win from 8 starts, but he's been in the money pretty much probably 75-80%. I'd have to look at the numbers, but he's right all over it, and training this one for Godolphin. Right tone in here, drawn to the outside at 6-5. I like that draw going this unique 1 mile distance, and Biscuits up top for Joe Sharp, who's had a winner at the meet already. And a horse I found interesting was Ollie Meister. I think this one, the breeding indicates to me, will benefit from the stretch out Alstall. Very, very good trainer, gets Mitchell Morrill up top, and that horse will be a price.
Yeah, I couldn't decide between the Meisters for my 3rd selection there. Either Ollie Meister or the rail horse just named Meister. So one of the two, I think, certainly has a chance there to round out that top 3 for race number 4, which also does start the late pick 5 here at Ellis Park, as well as a 50-cent pick 3 if you'd like to get involved. So we talked about the first leg of that pick 5, ending leg of the pick 4, which brings us to race number 5, maiden special weight event for the 2-year-old fillies. 5.5 furlongs on the dirt there in a really competitive race, especially with so many first-time starters. There's just a lot of unknowns. But the 4, Just a Warrior from First Crop Sire Justify, who's already off to such a hot start, of course, Triple Crown winner himself. This is a horse that I thought had the breeding both top and bottom. That Dan AZ Warrior won the Grade 1 Frisette at Belmont. So you've got some really nice bloodlines, some nice workouts, and we already mentioned John Ortiz with such a hot hand already here at the meet. So 4 is going to go on top for me, and then the 10, Frigid Lady, as my second choice, just because I do like to play 2-year-olds, that have had a start already in against first-time starters, because I think they've had an outing already, they've kind of got the hang of it, they see what racing's all about, and sometimes they come back really sharp. Jimmy?
Yeah, exactly. This is a race I'm looking forward to, and it does, like you said, this one does start the late pick 4. So you want to be right in this race, and I think the horses you mentioned I'm using as well. I'm going to add another one in here, the 10. Or you spoke about the 10 Frigid Lady, but that will be my top pick in here for the Hall of Famer barn. And now number 3, Fashion Idol. This one comes from the barn of Brad Cox. I like this horse. Into Mischief, I love Into Mischief, and these horses seem to win early on, and early on, in fact, first-time starters Into Mischief. I looked this up this morning, hitting at almost 17%.
Wow!
Comes from a good dam. She's a daughter of Tappet. She's had 3 winners from 4 starters, 4-1 on Brad Cox. Gerardo Corrales, I think, is leading rider by 1 over Brian right now, and then the 7 Mally's Monsoon for the same reasons, and Keneally, he's ready to really fire here at the meet. I think these horses are you're going to see in the entry box the next couple of weeks here really perform well, and he had that good week at Saratoga, last week.
Yeah, he did. In fact, winning the Schuylerville Stakes, which is a graded stakes race for 2-year-old horses. And I was going to mention that because the dam of the 7 horse in here, that 2-year-old filly, actually was 3rd in the Schuylerville. So a nice 2-year-old performance for the mother of this horse. And also this is a half, I believe, to Scabbard, who was 2nd in some nice 2-year-old races at Saratoga as well. So that precocity of early success in the pedigree is often really important for horses like this and a race like this where you have so many unknowns. So I agree with you there. I think you've got a lot of good 2-year-old form for the bloodlines of the 7 horse. And I also wanted to mention the 9, kind of a sneaky entry in here. I think is going to get some attention, or maybe not. We hope not, right? Because then you're going to keep that 10-1 price. But that's for conversational, rather, for Adam Beskiza and Michael McCarthy, who we haven't seen send any horses here. This one owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Michael McCarthy, a top trainer out there on the West Coast where he has most of his strings. He brings horses into big races. And this horse comes in with some sneaky good workouts, I think. Some gate works as well to be prepared. So I think that the 9 horse could be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, that horse I used as well in my pick 5, and folks, you can follow along our pick 5. Megan and I, both of our pick 5s will be on social media and Ellis Park's Facebook or in the Instagram as well. I went 5 deep in my pick 5 there, 3, 4, 7, 9, and 10. So hopefully we can get through with those and maybe get the bigger price of them.
Certainly so. Race number 6, claiming event for $16,000, a mile on the turf course. We mentioned nice, beautiful conditions for racing today. 386 was how I saw it, Jimmy, with social engagement on top. How about you?
I like both of those horses, and I'm going to add another one, obviously, the obvious horse on paper, Mission Bell, 8-5, big drop in class. Tom Amos, a very good trainer, and one of the best in the game at reading the condition book and knowing how to enter a horse and then jam them as they're stepping up. And they win the non-2, 17-5. A lot of times they'll be right back in for the non-3-15. He did try a first level allowance race at Indiana, ran okay, was 4th, beating about 4 lengths, but dips back into the tag here for Maggie Moss, and I think this one will be on the ticket there. And my other 2 horses, I'm right with you as well, the 3 and the 6, social engagement. Now this one has never raced on the turf, but pedigree screams grass to me.
Yeah, I had the same thought there and certainly thought you had to include that one. But you're right about this kind of a race being so important with playing the condition book, and I think both those horses are really well spotted in this race. Race number 7, move along to another maiden special weight race. Of course, those brought to us by our friends there at Run Happy. This for the 2-year-olds, 7 furlongs on that main track. Man, I thought you might have to buy this one too. It looked like there was a couple of competitive horses in here. 11, 9, 12 ended up being my top 3, but I did include the 6 and the 2 on some longer tickets. But Easy Big Boy, the 11 horse for Steve Asmussen, again, another trainer that always does well here, is always in the leading standings, ran up against Damon's Mound and Gulfport, both monster horses
Freaks.
in the last 2 races. Yeah, absolute freaks. And so I think this is going to be a much softer spot for the 2-year-old colt, and therefore I put him on top. How about you?
Exact same reasons, Megan. Now, are there any Gulfports or Damon's Mounds in here? We don't know. There are some, like you said, some first-time starters that are both very well bred and coming from very good barns. So this is a really good race, and I don't think it's a free space for Easy Big Boy. Now, off those last 2 races, ideally, the horse is going to be tough to handle, and I use that horse. But the 10 horse from Eddie Keneally barn, this horse actually ran a very good number, and I think a faster number on the sheets than the 11 last out on debut, and looks to move forward. Nick Story is another one in here, comes from Brad Cox barn, very well bred horse, and there are a few horses in here, like you said. Kenny McPeak has one in here. Frosted Departure is going to be left alone at the windows, coming out of the same race as Easy Big Boy. Now it was about 10 lengths further back, but you're going to get a bigger price there. So So this is a race I'm excited about, probably the most exciting one on the afternoon for me. I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I agree. I love the 2-year-old races that we have here, and I think it's really the feature race of the day from a betting perspective, just with how competitive it might be. Race number 8 as we end the card, another maiden special weight event, again brought to us by our friends there at Run Happy for the 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs on the grass. 10-4-9 was how I saw it to end the card with True Jedi on top. The only race that this horse actually got to the grass was the best race of his career. He comes from the barn of Chris Davis. I think now that he's going to be able to get back on a surface that he probably prefers, I expect a big improvement in it. 6-1, I couldn't resist the price there on the board. But like I said, going to add with a couple of other horses in here, the 9 for Marcassi and the 4 horse as well, Jimmy.
Yeah, True Jedi at 6-1. That's a good play, and pointing out there on debut. Now that was at Gulfstream, but that was at Gulfstream during the championship meet, so that was still a really solid race. It's not a summer maiden special weight at Gulfstream, but it showed speed, took action on debut, gets back to the turf, well drawn to the outside. Lopez and Davis teamed up last week here with a victory on the card, so a good choice there. I'm going to also obvious horse that we got to use, Veritable, Shri DeVoe, since this went out with Brian Hernandez, son of Verrazano, who did another one that took action on debut. Ran an okay race, was forwardly placed, and went fairly quick that day. And I like this one, 2.5-1 on the morning line. And then I'm going to add in number 6, Hunter John here. We've already spoke why. Johnny Ortiz. So I'm not going to leave anything of his out for the time being. And this one, kind of taking the same angle as a couple of those winners last week on the card here. Has raced out in Southern Cal, coming here, as it shows some speed, gets Gutierrez. I'm going to use the horse. Now, the horse raced one time on the turf. Wasn't all that great, but that was at Santa Anita, and I think his barn's clicking right now. Everything seems to be going well. I want to be a part of 6-1.
I like it. You certainly have to play the hot hands here, and we've got a few of them off to a nice start at Ellis Park. Jimmy, thank you so much. We'll hear your voice throughout the day before those races, and best of luck to you here.
Best of luck to you. Stay cool. Have fun.
All right, we'll certainly try to do so. Beautiful day for racing at Ellis Park. Perfect conditions. You can see right there on your screen. We'll be back with you in just a few, just 22 minutes until race number 1 at the Pea Patch.
Hello, race fans, and welcome to Ellis Park. The mutual windows are open here at the track. I'd like to welcome you into the track today for this wonderful 8-race card. But first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you please rise, kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Hello, once again, Rays fans, and good afternoon or morning, depending on where you're tuning in from throughout the country here, as Ellis Park is up and running for this week of racing as we kick off another week of race action here. 8 races on the card. The post time here today, tomorrow, and Sunday, 10:30 Central. 10:30 Central today, tomorrow, and Sunday here at the track. We are fast and firm this afternoon, and if you'd like to play along, I ask that you take out your programs, and I'll give you today's late program changes. The first race starts at 50-cent pick 4 in race number 1, Scratch. Number 5, Ms. Roney. Number 5, Ms. Roney looks like a late scratch here in the opener. There is a jockey change now for number 7, No Grats, make the rider Fernando de la Cruz. De la Cruz picks up the 7, No Grats in race 1. And then take out number 8, Mudari. Number 8, Mudari, scratch from the first race, which starts that early pick 4. Race number 2, there are no changes in the second race. Race 2 is clear. The third race from Ellis Park, no changes as well. Now, if you turn to the fourth race starts the 50-cent pick 5 wager on the final 5 races on this Friday program, 50-cent base bet. There's a jockey change for number 1, Meister, make the jockey Chris Landeros. Chris Landeros picks up the 1 Meister in race 4. Now, also in there, please be aware that number 4, Business Model, listed in your program is a gelding, and Business Model, just so you know, it is in the bottom of your changes there, but this is his first time since being reported as a gelding to race. Fifth race starts a 50-cent late pick 4 here at Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy. In the fifth race, there is a scratch of number 6, Catch You Later, Mo. Number 6, Catch You Later, Mo. She'll wait for another day. She's been scratched from the 5th. Race 6 from Ellis Park, sponsored by Hager & Son Heating and Cooling. There are no changes in race number 6. On to the 7th race, which is sponsored by Run Happy. This is a maiden 2-year-old race. In that race, scratch number 3, Plain or Peanut. Number 3, Plain or Peanut has been scratched, and be aware the 1A Dream Force has drawn in off the Oso and set to go. Scratch number 3, Plain or Peanut. The 1A draws in. 8th and final is also sponsored by Run Happy. There's one change in the 8th and final. Number 5, Cloud Without Rain, has been scratched. Number 5, Cloud Without Rain, is a late scratch from race number 8. Well, race fans, those are the scratches and changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 8-race program here at Ellis Park with this 10:30 post, I'll get those to you as they do so. Main track is fast, turf course is firm, turf rail set to 0. Race number 1 is up in 15 minutes to kick off that pick 4. Best of luck at the P-Patch.
race number 1 here at Ellis Park, just 9 minutes away as we get ready for our first event of our 8-race card here today. This race does start off that early pick 4 sequence, so do note that if you're playing along. And this one, a maiden claiming race for $10,000. Top picks for me, I went to the 7 and the 4. I really like the look of the 7 in here, but I'll make a note on that 4 horse in just a minute as well. But the 7 horse, I couldn't resist based off of the form and also just the way that she looks here in the paddock. Trained by Jimmy Baker. This one with the rider change to De La Cruz aboard today, but watching her be saddled in the walking ring, I just thought she looked like a perfect lady out there. She's a young filly, just 3 years old here, but she's one that's been in 2 races so far. She was actually claimed out of her debut by Jimmy Baker, previously trained by Norm Cassie, so they certainly thought that she was something. She was about, I think, second choice in the wagering that day. Didn't show anything on debut at that 6.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs. She finished 5th, beaten by 25 lengths, but they brought her back in another maiden claiming spot at Churchill over 7 furlongs, finished 5th again, didn't show much. I think this is just going to be a softer field for her here today. It's certainly a filly that I think has a lot of room to improve. You know, she's certainly a fit filly out here. She's had those 2 starts. She looks like she's not carrying any extra condition, which I like to see. And again, her attitude seems like a true professional out here. The 4 horse is Queen Akati. Now, this one's actually a horse that made a start at Ellis Park already, raced on July 9th, and that was of days ago, 5.5 furlongs in a race that was taken off of the turf course. Finished 4th that day, beaten by 3 lengths, and I actually think I prefer her in the paddock here today to when I saw her last time. I thought she looked like she was maybe just a little bit on the lighter end. I wasn't too impressed by her, but I have to say, for a horse that's turning around so quickly to race again, I think she's at a really good weight here. She looks fit. She certainly looks like a horse that may be able to improve off of that performance quite a bit. And the fact that 2 races back, she was able to show that speed and finish 2nd by a nose. I'm hoping to see her get a little bit more of an aggressive ride here today with Gage Holmes in the irons, and maybe she'll be able to keep herself involved. Now, the 2 horses, Creative Wit, this one for David Cook, and certainly seems alert here in the paddock. She's a 5-year-old mare, but's only had those 3 starts in her career. She's gone the distance of 6, 5.5, and 5.5 furlongs, with her best effort being her race last time, where she finished 2nd, beaten by 5 lengths that day. Nobody was going to beat the winner of that horse, so certainly think it's a respectable performance for her. But interesting that they waited so long to really get this horse involved. She made her start as a 4-year-old, which you don't often see the year. That being said, she is a bigger bodied type of a mare, so I'm wondering if it's just a horse that they kind of wanted her to grow up a little bit, grow into that body, and maybe she'd have the best ability with her athleticism there. So like what I see from the 2 horse to round out that top 3. So 7 and 4, my picks in here, followed by the 2 horse. And again, my early pick 4 ticket available for you. Check those channels for Ellis Park on Twitter and Instagram. I'm going to single here for the first leg of the pick 4, but the horses are headed out to the track for race number 1 on this fabulous 8-race card at Ellis Park. Best of luck.
The horses up on the racetrack for race 1, the opener from Ellis Park. Race 1 of 8 here this afternoon. We are fast and firm here at the track. Race number 1 kicks it off with a field of Maiden, filly, and mare 10 claimers to go 5.5 furlongs. Couple of scratches, number 5, Miss Roney, and the 8, Mudari, both out. Jockey change for number 7, No Grats. Make the rider Fernando de la Cruz. Race 1, 5.5 on the main. Exact to try. Super Daily Double pick 3 starts the early pick 4 in 4 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, those playing the track here today at Ellis Park, again, we have moved post time up out of caution for all involved with this heat. Now, the horses may be coming on the track just a little bit later than normally a abbreviated post parade. So you're urged to get all wagers in as quick as possible to avoid the chance of being shut out. And the maiden fillies and mares have turned. They are approaching the starting gate. Less than a minute to wager on race 1 here at Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy throughout the entire meeting. Race 1 approaching the starting gate here for the opener. 10:30 a.m. opener here from Hendo. And the maiden fillies and mares are at the gate. It's post time. Fast and firm here today. 8 races on the card. Start of pick 4 here in race 1. The late pick 5, race 4, late pick 4 in race number 5. Good quality betting card today here put on by Racing Secretary Dan Borkin's staff. My Zip is in. Creative Wit coming up in the red and black. Fox Creek Lady and Chris Amy up top for Donnie Campbell. Queen Akati making her second start of the meeting, 4-5 on Queen Akati. And apprentice Gage Holmes as they're getting Fox Creek Lady situated there in the gate. Looks like she'll be backed out. The assistant starters are backing out the horses. Looks like they're adjusting the numbers on top of the gate with that late scratch of the 5, Ms. Roney. Again, just resetting the post positions is the gate crew here. The horses will be backed out while that's addressed. Window's still open. Now they'll load in once again here for the opener. My Zip Zip coming up. Daughter of Mo Heyman for local Foster Stable. Creative Wits in. Fox Creek Lady coming up once again. And the Pink Bridle. Now at 3-5, Queen of Cotty. Into line, Vermont for Stevie LaRue. 50-1 with Chelsea Bailey. No Grats to the outside with Fernando de la Cruz to complete the load. They're at the post, and they are racing at the P-Patch. It was a clean beginning for all from between horses, flashing speed. There goes Fox Creek Lady. Up the inside, Creative Wit will keep the heat on her. Those two glued to each other as they go on the far turn. No Grats to the outside in the clear from third. A link for the back. My Zip Zip came away fourth. Queen of Cotty is fifth and about 7 off the pace. Still 2 back to Vimont, the big long shot at the back of the pack. They start to really spread out here. About 12 lengths from top to bottom behind a quarter. Not all that fast, 22-3. And up top, it's Fox Creek Lady and Creative Wet. They continue to battle it out as No Grats is in the catbird seat from third, and here she comes hovering to the outside. Meanwhile, Queen of Cotty is underway from the backfield. She looks to a switch off cover here. Top of the home stretch, and Chris Amy and Fox Creek Lady will turn first. Fox Creek Lady with a furlong to find is in front by 2, but here comes the Queen. Queen of Cotty down the stand side, coming at him and coming on. Fox Creek Lady shaking up with a tenuous lead. Queen of Cotty is trying to press on pass, and press on pass she does. 3-5, a Henderson handout. Home a winner is Queen of Cotty by just better than a length. Fox Creek Lady at 42-1 fought hard to hold second. Then My Zip Zip and No Grats at 2-1 was fourth. Judges posting number 4, Queen of Cotty at 3-5 as the race winner with Apprentice Gage Holmes. Second, number 3, Fox Creek Lady and Chris Amy at 42-1. Third, number 1, My Zip Zip and Gutierrez at 4-1. And fourth goes 7, No Grats with Dela Cruz at 2-1. 4-3-1-7, unofficial. Once again, unofficial order of finish for the Friday first from Ellis, 4-3-1-7. Into the winner's circle, the Collinsville, Illinois Invader, number 4, Queen of Cotty. Queen of Cotty into the Jeff Hall winner's circle, a 4-year-old bay daughter of Taylor Cotty out of the Empire Maker mare named Lady Empress. The winner owned and trained by Dawn Martin and the Bug Girl, apprentice Gage Holmes. The winning jockey, Queen Akati, breaks maiden here in start number 6. Off the pace, came home to cover the 5.5 in 105 flat. And the opener is official, 4317 official. The winner, 330, 262 in the middle, and 228 to show. $1 exacta, $38.80, 50-cent try, 51.15. The dime super, 4317, came back $15.98. Race number 2 is up next. Race 2 starts a double, starts a pick 3, field of 6 to go, 6 furlongs, post time in 27 minutes. Complete the load. They're at the post, and they are racing at the P-Patch. It was a clean beginning for all from between horses, flashing speed. There goes Fox Creek Lady. Up the inside, Creative Wit will keep the heat on her. Those two glued to each other as they go on the far turn. No Grats to the outside in the clear from third. A link for the back. My Zip Zip came away fourth. Queen Akati is fifth at about 7 off the pace. Still 2 back to Vimont, the big long shot at the back of the pack. They start to really spread out here. About 12 lengths from top to bottom behind a quarter. Not all that fast, 22 and 3. And up top, it's Fox Creek Lady and Creative Wet. They continue to battle it out as No Grats is in the catbird seat from third, and here she comes hovering to the outside. Meanwhile, Queen Akati is underway from the backfield. She looks to switch off cover here. Top of the home stretch, and Chris Amy and Fox Creek Lady will turn first. Fox Creek Lady with a furlong to find is in front by 2, but here comes the Queen. Queen Akati down the stand side, coming at him and coming on. Fox Creek Lady shaking up on a tenuous lead. Queen Akati is trying to press on pass, and press on pass she does. 3-5, a Henderson handout. Home a winner is Queen Akati by just better than a length. Fox Creek Lady at 42-1 fought hard to hold second. Then My Zip Zip and No Grats at 2-1 was fourth.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
It's so cold.
Race number 2 here at Ellis Park, as we've got another maiden claiming event for $30,000. This one for fillies and mares 3 years old and up to go the distance of 6 furlongs on that nice, fast main track here. So horses looking for their very first career victory, and a few nice-looking ones here in the paddock as well. The 4, 1, and 2 were my top selections originally when I sent them in this morning, but I will say I've been really impressed by what I've seen from the 2 horse in here. She's one that is certainly very athletic, very fit as she walks around here, and that's important, especially as she's a horse coming off a little bit of a layoff. She hasn't raced since February of this year, and oftentimes you want to see those horses come back looking really tucked up, really fit, and I think that's what she looks like here today. So Pacific Grove, trained by Johnny Ortiz, she's winning at 57% right now, off to such a hot start here for the meet. I asked him about what happened for the past 2 races because she ran 11th back in, let's see, it was December of last year at Oaklawn Park, and she just kind of jogged in that day. Not a great performance. Didn't seem to know what happened, but then she came back under Waylu Gutierrez, who gets them out again today, and the comment line says, "Brush unseated the jockey." So she didn't get to finish that race with her rider aboard last time. Seemed to think that she just got bumped into. She wasn't ready for it. The rider wasn't ready for it, and they just kind of came apart. But she's been training here at Ellis Park, and you can see she's a filly that's definitely on the muscle. She's one that, you know, as they were saddling, maybe was just giving him, you know, a little bit nervous kind of energy as she was trembling a bit. But she's definitely a filly that I think is active mentally, but physically, again, just the fitness of her is what really drew me to this one because she is coming off the layoff. Johnny says she's been training here at Ellis Park, and sometimes the environment here being so quiet in the mornings can really be helpful for a horse like that to blossom. So she's on her toes here, certainly like what we see from the 2 horse, and again, that fitness, I think, going to be important for her. The 1 horse is Luna Classica for Ian Wilkes, coming off that layoff. I'm sorry, dropping in class, rather, from Maiden Special, Maiden Claiming. Horse who tried to go long last time out on the turf course at Indiana and is going to shorten up, get a surface change here today. She has a nice compact body type of Class Empire. She may be able to improve here in her second career start. She also looks pretty fit to me, and she's just walking around as a professional out of the paddock. So like what I see from the 1 horse. Mrs. Bushi, this one for Eric Foster. Gerardo Corrales support. He's off to a great start at the meet at Ellis Park, and this is a horse who's run 3rd in her past 2 efforts. Last time was off just a little bit slow at Churchill Downs to go the distance of 6 furlongs, and I much prefer her past 2 races. It certainly seems like she's put it together a little bit more. Maybe a filly that kind of needed to grow into her own because her form has improved drastically over the past couple of races, and she certainly seemed to like the Churchill Downs surface. I like the fact that at least this filly has got some good breeding as well. She is a half, I believe, to a $200,000 earner. She's divined by Creative Cause as well, so and some nice siblings in the bloodlines there. And as she comes out of the saddling stalls, she's got some nice propulsion to her hind end. She's got a good walk, certainly seems to be one that has a good work ethic, as she's going around and just has her ears pricked and looking around. So like what I see from the 4 horse in the race number 2. Few more minutes to go. Mention also the 6. That's Me Crescendo for Cipriano Contreras. This one with Francisco Arieta in the irons. Getting that drop in class. Maiden special weight to maiden claiming can make such a difference for some of these horses. And this 3-year-old filly hasn't done much running. Her best effort was her second career race at Indiana when she went 5.5 furlongs to finish 2nd by 6 lengths. I will say I thought she was carrying a little bit of condition here today. She's maybe a thicker body type than some of the others in this field, but certainly seems to be fine out here as she's been walking around. She's got her hind wraps on here today, a nice loose ring bit, so she seems like an uncomplicated type. Hasn't worked since that last race. She last made a debut at Indiana going 6 furlongs on June 23rd and finished 7th, beaten by 11 lengths. So she's coming out of that race here a bit fresh into this spot, which maybe that will help her. The 5 horse, that is Arness for John Hancock. Blinkers going on here. This one was actually claimed last time out of a race at Churchill Downs from trainer Thomas Humphreys. First off the claim, John Hancock 0 for 7, so not a great percentage there, but a lightly raced filly who's had those 2 starts. She's been training here locally at Ellis Park, and maybe she'll be able to make an improvement today because she's had a little bit more of an affinity for this particular surface, but she's certainly going to have to be on her game here. Wondering if they put those blinkers on because she hasn't shown any speed in her 2 prior races. In fact, she didn't really do much running at all. Very, very flat performances. So possibly putting the shades on today might help sharpen her up a little bit and put her into the race a little bit more with Edgar Morales in the irons. A few more moments to go here for race number 2 at Ellis Park. Don't forget, we've got Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double, and 50-cent pick 3 wagering available for this particular event. 6 furlongs on that main track, which is fast and firm. An exciting weekend of racing here at Ellis for the next couple of days. We will have that early post time because of the heat here in Kentucky. So starting at 10:30 instead of our usual 12:50, but lots of great races to follow along with. We will also have a stakes race this weekend. That'll be on Sunday. That's the Jeff Hall Memorial Stakes. So a lot to look forward to, and certainly a lot more races here to come for the day at Ellis Park. So best of luck in race number 2. I'm going to go with the 2, 4, and the 1.
On the track for the second race, race 2 from Ellis Park, Maiden Girls 30 Claimers. It goes 6 furlongs, field of 6, Win, Play, Show. Exact to try, Super Dingo Double, pick 3 post time in about 7 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute, race 2 from the P-Patch, race number 2 from Ellis, approaching the starting gate. Maiden claiming Fillies and Mares, 30 claimers to go 6 panels, approaching the gate, less than a minute to post. And the Fillies and Mares have reached the starting gate. It's post time from Ellis Park, loading in for the second of 8 races. Slight favorite right now, number 4, Mrs. Nushi. As Pacific Grove goes in, Raylu up top with those orange silks. Here comes the familiar green and white silks of Watts Humphrey Jr. on Leave It to Be. And Rafael Bejarano for Vicky Oliver, 2.5 to 1 on Leave It to Be. Daughter of Street Boss packed in on the drop-in class here. Mrs. Nushi. Leading rider Gerardo Corrales up and in. Arnace. In. Mi Crescendo to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing. Slow beginning for both Luna Classica and Leave It to Be. They both broke a couple steps slow, but meanwhile, fleet-footed is Mrs. Nushi and Mi Crescendo up to the outside to apply the heat now. Luna Classic, after that slow start, rallies up the backside now, up into third with an early move. Then 2 lengths further back, extreme outside, it is Arnice. Now sandwiched in between horses, they head in the far turn. It is Pacific Grove. And from the backfield, another slow starter, Leave It to Be, is on the move. They start to cluster up with 3 furlongs to go. 5 lengths would cover the lot. The quarter slow, 22 and 4. The Maiden, Fillies, and Mares, midpoint through the turn. They really start to bunch up, but the leader's still clear. Mrs. Nushi, she's in front by a length to Mi Crescendo, who's put to the test to go after her from second. From the backfield, Leave It to Be and Luna Classic there, third and fourth. Then 2 lengths further back from the backfield, Pacific Grove is next, top of the home stretch. And up top, Mrs. Nushi, the one to reel in. Whips out on Luna Classica, who's coming up the inside, down the center of the track, Mi Crescendo and Leave It to Be. 1/16 left. Mrs. Nushi, she's gone. Mrs. Nushi's going to break her maiden here, and lucky start number 11, and she's going to win, gathered up in the end by about 3 lengths. Mi Crescendo on a rebid got up for second over Luna Classica. Then it was Leave It to Be fourth, 110 and 2. Judges posting number 4, Mrs. Nushi, as your wire-to-wire winner with her ears up at 2 to 1. There you've called for a photograph for the second spot for a photo finish. Result of the photograph, finishing second, number 6, Mi Crescendo. Third, number 1, Luna Classica. And fourth goes 3, Leave It to Be. 4, 6, 1, 3. into the winner's circle, held together beautifully up top by Gerardo Corrales. Here she is, number 4, Mrs. Nushi, a 3-0 daughter by Mark Valesky out of the Divine Park mare named Divine County. The winner's owned by Douglas Miller, William Wargo, and Rebecca Eckrich's RK Eckrich Racing LLC, trained by Owensboro native Eric Foster, and ridden to victory by Gerardo Corrales. Number 4, Mrs. Nushi breaks the maiden in start number 11 here, joined by half of Owensboro. Mrs. Nushi covered the 6 panels in 110 and 2. Mrs. Nushi, a 2-1 winner. Race is official. Race 2 from Ellis Park official 4613. Those numbers official. The winner is $6.02, $2.92 in the middle, $2.34 for the show money. $1 trifecta, $56.02. The winning exacta was $6.38. The daily double $6.03. Dime super $9.98. Race number 3 from Ellis Park up next in 23 minutes. Race 3, a starter optional to go 6 furlongs. Field of 6, no program changes. Race number 3 starts another double, another pick 3 up next. Post. And they are racing. Slow beginning for both Luna Classic and Leave It to Be. They both broke a couple steps slow, but meanwhile, fleet-footed is Mrs. Nushi and Me Crescendo up to the outside to apply the heat now. Luna Classic, after that slow start, rallies up the backside now, up into third with an early move. Then 2 lengths further back, extreme outside, it is Arnice. Now sandwiched in between horses, they head in the far turn. It is Pacific Grove. And from the backfield, another slow starter, Leave It to Be, is on the move. They start to cluster up with 3 furlongs to go. 5 lengths would cover the lot. The quarter are slow, 22 and 4. The maiden fillies and mares, midpoint through the turn, they really start to bunch up, but the leader's still clear. Mrs. Nushi, she's in front by a length to Me Crescendo, who's put to the test to go after her from second. From the backfield, Leave It to Be and Luna Classic there, third and fourth. Then 2 lengths further back from the backfield, Pacific Grove is next, top of the home stretch. And up top, Mrs. Nushi, the one to reel in. Whips out on Luna Classica, who's coming up the inside, down the center of the track. Me Crescendo and Leave It to Be. 1/16 left. Mrs. Nushi, she's gone. Mrs. Nushi's going to break her maiden here, and lucky start number 11, and she's going to win, gathered up in the end by about 3 lengths. Me Crescendo on a rebid got up for second over Luna Classica. Then it was Leave It to Be fourth, 110 and 2.
Carefully crafted with Valencia orange peel, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery, but it looks best in our signature glass. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms, Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Race number 3 coming up here at Ellis Park, as we've got an allowance optional claiming for $15,000. 6 furlongs the distance on that maiden track, listed as fast, and this one a start of a 50-cent pick 3 as well. Top selections for me, I went 4-5-2, but I will say I like the look of the one horse in here, as that one's been walking around for Norm Cassie, really fit looking Son of Violence as well. But the 4 I'll talk about first, that one is Big Sport for Brittany Vandenberg. Got to the paddock just a little bit late. You can see, in fact, myself, Jimmy, and Jean McLean all have the 4 listed as our top selection, because it just seems like this is a horse that's a little bit of a win machine in his career. In fact, he's been in the top 3 for as far back as I can see in his past performances. A horse that is 10 for 20 at this particular distance. So it just seems like he fits here really well. I think he'll enjoy this Ellis Park surface. And trainer Brittany Vandenberg already off to such a hot start, winning at 50%. With Chris Amy in the irons here. He's ridden this horse before. Got to the paddock just a little bit later than some of the other ones, but is walking around just fine. Seems to be a really well-muscled type. I certainly like the way that he looks. He's a son of Cantharos, so he's very well bred for this type of a distance, but he's got that nice kind of compact body type. I think really well muscled in the hind end. He's a horse that has shown speed before in some of his prior races, and you know, he's one that seems like he's got a good kick from the starting gate, and I would not be surprised to see him run like that again here today against these types. The 5 horse, that one is Trap Valley for Wesley Hawley. Mitchell Merle is back in the irons, and in fact, he's ridden this horse in the past 2 races. That was to a 2nd place finish by just half a length at a pretty big price at Churchill Downs back on June 10th, and then a 5th place finish, but just beaten by a little bit over a length in a tough open claimer race at Churchill Downs, going 6.5 furlongs. So we'll see how this one does here today. He's an 8-year-old gelding, so he's done this quite a few times before. This will be start number 52 for him. But he's a well-muscled type. He certainly looks like a horse in older geldings. Sometimes they have, a little bit more condition to their body, and I think he looks like that. He's a nice, really, I don't want to say stocky type, but a horse that certainly seems to have a good amount of muscle. So Trap Valley, the 5 horse, ended up being my second choice. I did mention the 2 Espionage earlier here today. This is one that's going to have to certainly step it up. 8-year-old son of Into Mischief, really well-bred type, with Corey Lannery in the irons, but last ran at Churchill Downs, finished 4th, beaten by 3 lengths in that same race that Trap Valley found himself in. So I do prefer Trap Valley because he finished ahead of Espionage here, but certainly first off the claim, we'll see if there's any changes made for the 4-year-old gelding to improve over this surface. You'll see that the 6 horse is also included as a top selection for Jimmy and Jean McLean. That's Spend Benjamins. This is a horse who finished 6th last time, beaten by 11 lengths. He had some okay races back in May and April of this year, but it just seems like he's been off form for a little bit, and he's certainly going to have to try to improve here today as he steps onto the Ellis Park surface. Now, I did mention the 1 horse, and that is Suggested for trainer Norm Cassie. Joe Talamo aboard here today, and a really alert 5-year-old gelding. He's one that he looked like he was a little bit lighter body type than some of the others, but he's a horse that sits off the pace, I think, in his best running. He's been a horse that's been kind of sent to a number of tracks. They tried him on the grass at Ellis Park here, Kentucky Downs, Fairgrounds as well, and has recently been on the main track surfaces at Indiana, Oaklawn, Fairgrounds, Keeneland, Churchill, and now back here to Ellis. So he's a horse that's certainly well-traveled, but I did think that he was really on the muscle and had a nice look to him, a nice healthy coat. Certainly a horse that caught my eye in the paddock, so Suggested there might have to include in top selections. But the 4-5-2 was how I saw it this morning. We'll say that I probably prefer the 1 horse over the 2 in this particular field, just after looking at them here in the paddock. Race number 3, just a few minutes away at Ellis Park as the horses step onto the racetrack. Good luck.
back home again here at Ellis Park is longtime bugler Britt Burkhead, bringing them out for the third race from Ellis. Race number 3 is starter optional, claiming to go 6 furlongs. Field of 6 here with no program changes. Win, play, show, exacta try. Dime Super starts a double and starts another pick 3. Post time for race 3 from Ellis is in 4 minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the third starter optional claimers to go 6 furlongs, 6 to 5 on Big Sport. Spend Benjamins will complete the load. They are at the post. And they are racing. Rocket start as expected for Big Sport, who's right to the offensive. Now underneath, Espionage. First off the claim, trying to press up to the inside. Then a link further back down on the inside as they head up the backside is Suggested, who is about 4, maybe 4.5 lengths off the leader. In fact, just got past to the outside now as they head into the far turn by Trap Valley. And at the back door, Spin Benjamins is last. 4 lengths would cover the lot as they head in the far turn. 3.5 furlongs from home, 22 and 3 the time for the opening quarter. And Big Sport lead, and the lead is now bumped up to 1.5 lengths as Trap Valley comes to the outside of Espionage. 3 deep. Spin Benjamin from the backfield has raced up into fourth, just about 2 lengths off the lead, and then about 1.5 lengths back down on the inside. It is Suggested, who's covered up by Honorary Degree, who is the trailer. Rounding the turn to the top of the home stretch, and Big Sport has the target on the back, and Big Sport off the turn. The lead is 1 length up the inside. Espionage still battling for second with Trap Valley. They're deep inside the final furlong. Big Sport is up top, up the inside. Espionage to the outside, Trap Valley. But no doubt about it, Big Sport well met here. Big Sport at 7-5, coast to coast. Big Sport won by about 4 in the end. Espionage was second. Photo between Trap Valley and Spin Benjamin's 108 and 4. Wow. Placing judges posting the top 2 finishers. Gate to wire for number 4, Big Sport. Turns in a quick time, too. 108.87 seconds, coast to coast. Finishing second, number 2, Espionage. Photo for third. 4-2 photo. Result of the photo for show showed number 5, Trap Valley, to be third, 4th to 6, Spin Benjamin's 4-2-5-6. In the winner's circle, all they do is win, win, win. Here's Brittany Vandenberg and Chris Amy with number 4, Big Sport, a 6-year-old dark bear brown gelded son by Cantharos out of the Tisnow mare named Champagne on Tap. The winner's owned by Marsico Brothers Racing, trained by Britt Vandenberg and Chris Amy. Up top for the winning ride, Big Sport crushes him, goes coast to coast to pick up the 16th lifetime win. Gate to wire in a fast time, 108.87 seconds. 4-2-5-6. Official. And now the third race from Ellis Park official, 4-2-5-6 official. The winner came back $4.86, $2.94 in the middle, and $2.24 for the show money. The $1 exacta returns $9.18. The 50-cent try, $11.62. The daily double, a pair of fours, $9.39. Pick 3, how about 444? $6.40. Dime Super, $5.24. Pick 3 was all fours, and up next is the 4th. Race 4 put Chris Landeros on number 1, Meister. Race 4, don't forget, starts the 50-cent pick 5 on the final 5 races on the program. If you're following along here with us at the track today on social media, head over to the Instagram page of Ellis Park and Megan Devine and get her pick 5 play. Race 4 up next, pick 5 in 23. And they are racing. Rocket start as expected for Big Sport, who's right to the offensive. Now underneath, Espionage. First off the claim, trying to press up to the inside. Then a link further back down on the inside as they head up the backside is Suggested, who is about 4, maybe 4.5 lengths off the leader. In fact, just got past to the outside now as they head into the far turn by Trap Valley. And at the back door, Spin Benjamins is last. 4 lengths would cover the lot as they head in the far turn. 3.5 furlongs from home, 22 and 3 the time for the opening quarter. And Big Sport lead, and the lead is now bumped up to 1.5 lengths as Trap Valley comes to the outside of Espionage. 3 deep. Spin Benjamin from the backfield has raced up into 4th, just about 2 lengths off the lead. And then about 1.5 lengths back down on the inside, it is Suggested, who's covered up by Honorary Degree, who is the trailer. Rounding the turn to the top of the home stretch, and Big Sport has the target on the back, and Big Sport off the turn. The lead is 1 length up the inside. Espionage still battling for second with Trap Valley. They're deep inside the final furlong. Big Sport is up top, up the inside. Espionage to the outside, Trap Valley. But no doubt about it, Big Sport well met here. Big Sport at 7-5, coast to coast. Big Sport won by about 4 in the end. Espionage was second. Photo between Trap Valley and Spin Benjamins, 108 and 4. Wow.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Yeah, I'm having trouble hearing you again, too. Yes. Race number 4 at Ellis Park. Allowance event coming up here, 1 mile the distance on the main track. And this one a really competitive race, I thought, for non-winners of one other than. I love the 4-horse in here. Just absolutely gorgeous business model for Brendan Walsh. A homebred for Godolphin LLC and going to run as a gelding for the first time. This horse is actually a half to Matarea, who's a really talented maiden, graded stakes winner, rather, for, I believe, the Brad Cox barn. But this 4-year-old gelding has had an interesting past. He actually performed really well at Churchill Downs over the mile distance there, that 1-turn mile against really tough maiden special weight company, won by 2 lengths that day. They then shipped the horse up to Saratoga, and that was to be the breeze partner for a little horse named Maxfield, who was a Grade 1 winner himself. And I think he just lost confidence that day. Connection seemed to think that he's a horse that just kind of needs an easier spot here today, and that's exactly what he's going to get as compared to the distance that he went last time at 1 1/8 and that tough allowance level at Saratoga as well. They gave the horse some time off. They did geld him, so he comes back and runs as a gelding for the very first time here today. But they say he's been training very, very well. This is a horse who last breezed right here at Ellis Park on July 19th. The breeze a little bit shorter than what they wanted to go. We're hoping to get a little bit more distance to come into this spot, but because of the wet weather that we had and the track wasn't the greatest, they just went the 3 furlongs over the good surface on July 19th. Now, the Brendan Walsh barn winning at 12% here for the meet, wins at 18% with bringing horses back off an extended layoff. And I will say, physically, this horse is very, very fit in here. Certainly to my eye. I'd like to see him be a little bit more involved. He'll probably stalk the pace. They're hoping for some pace to run at in here, and you might get that from a horse like the 6 on the outside. Even the 5 showed some speed early on in the career, the 2 horse, the 1. So I think as far as the pace projection is concerned, it certainly sets up for his stalking style. So the 4 business model, 6 to 1 in the morning line. I do not think you're going to get that price here as this horse continues to take some action, but definitely my top selection in this spot. Now, I was impressed by the 6 horse as well. Right Tone for Joe Sharp, really well turned out. Son of Tonalist, he's a 4-year-old gelding. He is going to get more distance to work with here today as he gets to the mile that we have. In fact, his best effort, I thought, in his career was over the 7 furlongs and the 1 mile distance at Lone Star Park, where he finished first by 5 lengths and second by a neck consecutively back in May and June of 2021. Since then, this horse just hasn't really been able to find that same kind of form against tougher company at Churchill Downs, but he certainly looks like he is ready to go. He's very, very well muscled. He does come in here with a workout on July 16th from the Churchill Downs Training Center. 4 furlongs in 46-1, a bullet workout, and he certainly looks the part. So the 6-horse Right Tone with Adam Beskiza aboard here today looks like a horse that could be a very serious contender. So definitely those 2 for me. To round out a top 3, I'd put in the 1 Meister for Ian Wilkes, who's got to step it up here today. He's been a horse that they've bounced back between route and sprint races. I thought he fit well, but I really, really like the 4 and the 6 as the horses head out to the paddock for race number 4. Good luck.
On the track for the 4th race from Ellis Park, race number 4, an allowance event for 3 and ups, which not won a race other than or never won 2, lifetime purse $61,000. 1 mile the distance, field of 6, 1 change. The jockey and number 1 Meister will now be Chris Landeros. Landeros on the 1 Meister. Win, play, show, exact to try, Super Daily Double starts at pick 3, and it starts at 50-cent pick 5. The pick 5 here at Ellis Park starts here in race 4 in just 4 minutes. Looking ahead to a couple of changes in that pick 5 being announced for the first time in the 6th race. There is a jockey change in race number 6. In the 6th race, the jockey in the 4 Hot Heels is Francisco Arrieta. Arrieta picks up the 4 in race 6. If you'll turn to the 7th race, in race 7, sponsored by Run Happy, number 8, Revere Note, change of jockey now to Alice Beckman. Alice Beckman on the 8, Revere Note in the 7th. Race 4 up next, starts at pick 5 in 4 minutes. Good luck. Less than a minute, the field for race 4 to start to pick 5 at Ellis Park has turned. They're approaching the gate. You have less than a minute to wager on the 4th from Ellis Park, including the pick 5. And the field has reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Race 4 to start to pick 5, loading in Meister and Chris Landeros into line alongside Amani's Eagle and Gerardo Corrales moving in. Ollie Meister from the Alstall Junior Barn going in. Here's Godolphin's Business Models on a candy ride for Brendan Walsh. Lansdowne for the coach in Bayerano. Grace on a Super Saver going in. Right Tone with the white blinkers. Chestnuts on a Tonalist to the outside for Joe Sharp. They're at the post. And they are off. Amani's Eagle threw his head as they kicked it, but he still broke into stride now up on the outside quickly. There goes the great Lansdowne, who's being put to the offensive, and it is Lansdowne. The one they'll have to catch has opened up a 2.5 length lead on Ollie Meister, who will track him from second. 2 lengths for the back of Amani's Eagles third. From the center of the track, Meister away racing fourth. Between those two, Business Model is next. And Right Tone at 3-1 is at the back of the pack. 7 lengths top to bottom. Up the backside they go. And Lansdowne shows the way after a first quarter in 23-3. Fast Fractions, even though they're a compact field up the backside, as Lansdowne shows the way by 3 parts of a length. Now Ollie Meister draws a closer second. Amani's Eagle's been switched out in the clear from third. Right Tone from the backfield has raced up into fourth. He's advanced a couple of positions by the half. A length in front of Business Model, who is second last in Meister. Now at the back of the pack. Just about 3 furlongs from home. Half mile was 46 seconds flat. And the pace setter, Lansdowne, has been collared by Ollie Meister. And Amani's Eagle to the outside is coming to get him there from third. From the backfield, Business Model in the Dolphin Blue starts to close in. Also, Right Tone is looking to split horses, and Meister is still last. Top of the stretch, and Ollie Meister on the stretch out will turn first. He's well off the rail, but he's in front by 2. The danger is Business Model, who ranges up into second. Right Tone to the inside from third. They're inside the final furlong. And Ollie Meister is driving, but Business Model is closing. It's one of these two Ollie Meister Business Models lunging, coming to get him on the wire. Ollie Meister Business Model got there. Business Model needed every inch of the stretch to get up, but I think he tagged Ollie Meister right on the square in 136 flat. Photo finish. The judges hung the photo sign. And upon review of the photograph, along with Mark Skaggs, the placing judges have determined that number 4, Business Model, got up to win. Second, number 3, Ollie Meister. Third, number 6, Right Tone. And fourth goes 1, Meister. 4, 3, 6, 1, unofficial. Into the winner's circle, number 4, Business Model. Returns to the races in good fashion here. A 4-year-old dark bay brown gelded son by Candy Ride out of the Bernardini mare named Innovative Idea. The winner's owned by Godolphin LLC, trained by Brendan Walsh and Joe Talamo, the winning jockey. Business Model picks up the second lifetime victory off the shelf. Cover the mile. Good time, 136.09. Business Model now your official winner. 4361 official.
All right, thank you.
$5.36 to win, $3.98 in the middle, and $3.18 for that show money. Dime Super, $13.54. The $1 exacta was 4 and 3. That was worth $22.33. 50-cent try, $36.56. The double, how about another 4? $12.52. Pick 3, all 4s, $16.62. And the pick 4, 4, 5, or 8 in the opening leg. The 5 and 8 was scratch, and then the 4s to close it out. Again, that pick 4 were all 4s. In addition to those 2 scratches of the 5 and 8 in the opening leg, the 50-cent pick 4 on the opening 4 races at Ellis Park returns $29.87. 4 down. The 4 has won all 4. In race number 5, no surprise, the 4 opens up as the favorite here. But race 5 is sponsored by Run Happy, Win Play Show, Exacta Try, Super Daily Double, Pick 3, and it starts the late pick 4 in 22 minutes. Good luck. And they are off. Amani's Eagle threw his head as they kicked it, but he still broke into stride now up on the outside quickly. There goes the great Lansdowne, who's being put to the offensive, and it is Lansdowne. The one they'll have to catch has opened up a 2.5 length lead on Ollie Meister, who will track him from second. 2 lengths for the back of Monty's Eagles third. From the center of the track, Meister away racing fourth. Between those two, Business Model is next. And Right Tone at 3-1 is at the back of the pack. 7 lengths top to bottom. Up the backside they go. And Lansdowne shows the way after a first quarter in 23 and 3. Fast fractions, even though they're a compact field up the backside, as Lansdowne shows the way by 3 parts of a length. Now, Ollie Meister draws a closer second. Amani's Eagle has been switched out in the clear from third. Right Tone from the backfield has raced up into fourth. He's advanced a couple of positions by the half. A length in front of Business Model, who is second last in Meister. Now, at the back of the pack. Just about 3 furlongs from home. Half mile was 46 seconds flat. And the pace setter, Lansdowne, has been collared by Ollie Meister. And Amani's Eagle to the outside is coming to get him there from third. From the backfield, Business Model in the Dolphin Blue starts to close in. Also, Right Tone is looking to split horses, and Meister is still last. Top of the stretch, and Ollie Meister on the stretch out will turn first. He's well off the rail, but he's in front by 2. The danger is Business Model, who ranges up into second. Right Tone to the inside from third. They're inside the final furlong. And Ollie Meister is driving, but Business Model is closing. It's one of these two. Ollie Meister, Business Model is lunging, coming to get him on the wire. Ollie Meister, Business Model got there. Business Model needed every inch of the stretch to get up, but I think he tagged Ollie Meister right on the square in 136 flat.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the number one second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Henderson captures what's inside you. Nature and history are its backdrop. Always familiar, but never the same. So, what's your nature?
It's so cold.
race number 5, just 8 minutes away here at Ellis Park. And we do have a maiden special weight event for $60,000. This one for the 2-year-old fillies. And of course, the maiden special weight races here at Ellis Park brought to us by our friends there at Run Happy. 5.5 furlongs the distance of this race, and a few very well-bred horses in here. A lot of first-time starters, in fact. So horses that are going to be making their debut here today. I went with the 4-10 and the 3 for my top selections, with the 4-horse Just a Warrior. This one sired by Justify, first crop sire, trained by John Ortiz, ridden by Raylu Gutierrez, and working here locally at Ellis Park. Comes in off of 4 furlong work, 48-1 from the gate. That was on July 17th. Now the bottom side of the pedigree as well, the mother side, the dam side from AZ Warriors, pretty successful as well. Dam won the Grade 1 Brizette at Belmont Park, made over $200,000, and has already had some nice runners in the family lines. A stakes winner in Ireland. The second dam produced multiple graded stakes winners. So Just a Warrior certainly looks regally bred here, and hoping to make a big impact on debut for a barn that wins at 14% with first-time starters. I did think the 10-horse Frigid Lady looked really good in the paddock, a daughter of Frosted, who has maybe just a little bit of an edge on some of the others in here because she's had a start already. Trained by Steve Asmussen, Francisco Arieta gets aboard here today. She started out at Churchill Downs in a maiden special weight race there and finished 4th that day. I will say she seems really, really calm, though. She's certainly a horse that physically I think is well tucked up as she makes her second start here today. She's got to be a little bit quicker out of the starting gate, but she's definitely one to consider because of her experience already. Trainer Steve Asmussen wins at 23% with maidens making their second start, so like the percentages there. We'll mention also the 3-horse, that's Fashion Idol for Brad Cox. He wins at a good clip with 2-year-old horses, 24%. And this is one that certainly looks like she's been training well here at Ellis Park, so she's got the local experience as well. So Fashion Idol made some sense with Gerardo Corrales, who's off to a hot start. The 7, Mally's Monsoon for Eddie Keneally, gets Mitchell Merle in the irons, and I thought she looked good here. Just kind of was taking it all in as she was walking around. Eddie Keneally himself on the lead shank, but she's got some really precocious pedigree to her. Her mother was 3rd in the Grade 3 Schuylerville, which is a stakes race for 2-year-olds. In fact, Eddie Keneally himself just won that race this year a couple of weeks ago with Just Cindy. But this one is a half to Scabbard, who was 2nd in the Saratoga Special and the Grade 3 Iroquois, both races, big races for young horses. So if that precocity in the pedigree comes through here today for Mally's Monsoon, you could certainly be looking at a very, very nice filly as they start to head out to the racetrack. The last horse I'll mention is the 9, Conversational for Michael McCarthy, who we haven't seen run any horses here just yet. Adam Beskiza gets aboard. This one out of the first crop for Army Mule. Nice work at Churchill Downs and 48-1 over the 4 furlongs. I will say I thought she had maybe just a touch of baby fat to her to lose in this spot, but she looks like a horse that will really handle this distance. Best of luck as the riders get the leg up for a maiden special weight race here at Ellis Park, race 5.
On the racetrack here at Ellis Park for the 5th race, race 5, sponsored by Run Happy. Maiden filly, 2-year-old, per $60,000 to sprint 5.5 furlongs. In this race, your reminder, number 6, Catch Ya Later Mo, has been scratched. Scratch number 6, Catch Ya Later Mo. Win, play, show, exacta try, super daily double starts at pick 3, and it starts the late pick 4 in 4 minutes. Juvenile fillies have reached the starting gate for the 5th race. Maiden filly 2-year-olds to sprint 5.5 furlongs on the main field of 9 here to start the late pick 4. The race sponsored by Run Happy as Bonanza Grade comes up on debut going in. Watts Humphrey Jr.'s Bling into line. Top Mule for Bob Bone and Edward Brown into line. Fashion Idol and Guns and Lilies will be the next 2 to move forward. 8 for 5 on Fashion Idol for Gary and Mary West. Jim Gladden's Guns and Lilies. Daughter gun runner out of a Tappet mare coming up with Brian. Conversational for Aaron Woman's Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Just a Warrior is in. 1 out, Frigid Lady. In start 2, Daughter of Frosta to the outside. They are at the post. And they are racing. Bit of a slow start for Top Mule, but a rapid one for Bonanza Grade, who sent right on out Just a Warrior as flashing speed on debut to the outside. Fashion Idol for Gary and Mary West away into 3rd position. Bling for Watts Humphrey Jr. is 4th. Up to that one's outside. Mally's Monsoon. Then a link for the back to Conversational. Frigid Lady deep on the course till 4. Back to Guns and Lilies and Top Mules midpoint through the turn. The quarter drill 22 and 1. Bonanza Grade shows the way, but Just a Warrior is primed for good effort to the outside. Hovering to the outside of her now. Pokes the nostril in front. Bling now overtakes a 3rd from Fashion Idol, who starts to retreat down along the inside. Mally's Monsoon storms up to the outside. Top of the home stretch. And Just a Warrior off the turn, opening up and turning back Bonanza Grade by 2 with a furlong to go. Down the center of the track, Frigid Lady has raced up into 2nd. Mally's Monsoon is finishing well, but Just a Warrior is gone. Just a Warrior, another winner for Johnny Ortiz. The daughter of Justify crushes him on debut. She won by about 4.5 in the end. Looked like Mally's Monsoon got up for 2nd, a 3-way pitcher for show in the 5th from Ellis Park to start the pick 4 in 103 and 4, but Just a Warrior for Stonebridge Farm, much the best. Judges posting the top 3 finishers. Winner number 4, Just a Warrior. 2nd to 7, Mally's Monsoon. 3rd, number 10, Frigid Lady photo for 4th. 4, 7, 10 photo. Result of the photograph finishing 4th was number 1, Bonanza Grade, 4, 7, 10, 1. Into the winner's circle. Very talented filly here, number 4, Just a Warrior. The 2-year-old bay daughter is by Justify out of the Bernardini mare named AZ Warrior. Just a Warrior, she's owned by Stonebridge Farm, trained by Johnny Ortiz and Raylu Gutierrez, the winning jockey. Number 4, Just a Warrior, well man on debut, covered the 5.5 in 103 and 4. Number 4, Just a Warrior, $7.62, $4.74, $3.58 to show. Exact $56.25, 50-cent try, $110.14. The double, a pair of fours, $10.37. A pick 3, all fours once again, $26.36. The dime super, $197.54. 5 races down, and the 4 has not lost a heat. Up next, race number 7. Race number 6. Race number 6 is up next. It starts the pick 3 on the card on races 6, 7, and 8. In race number 6, we do have a jockey change for the 4 Hot Heels to Francisco Arietta. Number 4 Hot Heels now Arietta. Field of 10 to go, a mile on a firm turf. The race sponsored by Hager and Son Heating and Cooling. Race number 6 in 22 minutes. Good luck. And they are racing. Bit of a slow start for Top Mule, but a rapid one for Bonanza Grade, who sent right on out Just a Warrior as flashing speed on debut to the outside. Fashion Idol for Gary and Mary West away into 3rd position. Bling for Watts Humphrey Jr. is 4th. Up to that one's outside. Mally's Monsoon. Then a link for the back to Conversational. Frigid Lady deep on the course till 4. Back to Guns and Lilies and Top Mules midpoint through the turn. The quarter drill 22 and 1. Bonanza Grade shows the way, but Just a Warrior is primed for good effort to the outside, hovering to the outside of her. Now pokes the nostril in front. Bling now overtakes a 3rd from Fashion Idol, who starts to retreat down along the inside. Mally's Monsoon storms up to the outside, top of the home stretch. And Just a Warrior off the turn, opening up and turning back Bonanza Grade by 2 with a furlong to go. Down the center of the track, Frigid Lady has raced up into 2nd. Mally's Monsoon is finishing well, but Just a Warrior is gone. Just a Warrior, another winner for Johnny Ortiz. The daughter of Justify crushes him on debut. She won by about 4.5 in the end. Looked like Mally's Monsoon got up for second, a 3-way.
Turn your love of racing into savings with equine discounts through the NTRA. Purchase through equine discounts and receive great savings on well-known brands like John Deere, Sherwin-Williams, Big Ass Fans, Farmers Insurance, and Office Depot. Join thousands of other equine members and support companies that give back to the sport we all love. Call 866-678-4289 or visit equinediscounts.com to start saving today.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Naming event for $16,000 for the fillies and mares 3 years old and up, which have not won 3-year-old races or straight 3-year-old fillies. 1 mile the distance on the turf course, which is listed as firm today. Do note there's a late scratch here of the one horse, scratched in the paddock after acting up a little bit while they were trying to saddle this one. So do note that. It's been an active paddock so far, actually. There's been a couple of horses that have certainly been giving their handlers a hard time in here. The 5-horse, the most recent one of that, Lake Barkley. This one, a white mare, which is kind of rare to see. She actually looks like a paint out there. She's got some dark patches on her hind end, which is very unusual coloring for a thoroughbred, but looks like they're just about have the tack on her at the moment. I'll take you through my top selections while we wait for these horses to settle here. I went to the 3 social engagement for my top pick. You can see also included in the top 3 for Jimmy McNerney and Gene McLean, but this one trained by Brendan Walsh, who's already had a winner on the day here today and is off to a hot start for the meet. This one's going to run second start back, off a little bit of a layoff, and also I think it's in a really good spot here today. It was in an allowance race last time at Indiana to go the distance of 1 mile and a 16th, and is going to switch over to the turf today, get that drop in class. As long as this horse is able to handle the grass, she should certainly be one to look at in here. She's never been on the turf before, but trainer Brendan Walsh wins at 14% with racing horses on the turf for the very first time. And also I like the fact that she had that race. She was able to get some fitness out of it likely, as she did put in at least a little bit of an effort in the beginning. And she returns here a much better fit horse. Now, the one that won that race at Indiana last time out, 63 Caliber, is a horse that just absolutely loves the Indiana surface. So I don't think anybody was going to beat that horse that day. Although this horse does not have any turf experience, the fact that she was pretty successful over the synthetic at Gulfstream Park gives me a little bit of confidence there. Oftentimes that synthetic form can lend itself nicely to transferring over to the turf course, and we'll see if that's the case here today. Others ones that I picked, I had the 8 horse as well, and that one is Mission Bell for Tom Amis, getting the drop in glass here today with Edgar Morales in the irons. Last race at Indiana, finished 4th in that effort, and this horse has had plenty of turf experience, 2 for 6 in the career thus far. Tom Amis is very good at playing making this kind of a drop, playing the condition book as well, and she's in here, I think, to win for owner Maggie Moss. So Mission Bell likely to sit just off the pace. She's got some early foot, so expect her to be involved throughout this entire race. The 6 horse is one that I thought about using in my top 3. That's Moonshine Dreamer for Jim Corrigan. Really fit-looking filly, daughter of Malibu Moon, with Adam Beskiza in the irons. She's one that I think will show speed here, as she has certainly had some good efforts over the synthetic. She's been on the turf before, including an effort last time that resulted in a 3rd place finish, just beaten by 2 lengths that day. Now, I did want to mention the 7 horse, who I didn't use in my top picks, but I thought made a nice appearance in the paddock. That's Machine Gun Mary, a really fit, athletic-looking mare. She's got a really big turf foot on her, and the fact that we're going the distance of 1 mile on the grass, you certainly want to try to look for things like that conformationally. That might be helpful, and it looks like she's got a nice plate that will grab a hold of that turf and be able to kind of push off of it. So one to look at in here. She comes off of a pretty good effort at Belterra over the grass. 1 mile the distance for that race. She finished 4th, just beaten by about 2 lengths, but the comment lines do say she had to run really wide in that effort. So she may have actually had a better trip if she was able to save some ground a little bit, but it just wasn't her day there in June. She does get the drop in class here to the claiming ranks, as she was in against Allowance Company last time out, but she's had some pretty good turf races, some synthetic races throughout her career, so she's certainly one, maybe at a bit more of a price. Have to check what she's at right now. I think she's at double digits on the board, that you may want to consider as you take a look at these horses in here. Looks like they're still getting their final preparations for Ellis Park race number 6. As I mentioned, you do have some fillies and mares in here, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races, or the straight 3-year-olds. We go to the turf course for the mile distance. And it has been an active paddock. I thought the 9 horse was one that acted up a little bit as well. Jersey Gold, some trouble saddling that one. very much on the muscle, daughter of Jerseytown. She's got some lather between her legs, but do note that this is a really hot day here at Ellis, hence why we started so early in the morning. But she looks like she's settled now that they have the tack on her a bit more. But if you're looking for a long shot, to me, she's carrying a little bit more condition than what I usually like to see, especially when you have some others in here that really look to be very, very fit and very handy types of horses, including the 3 who I mentioned earlier. And I thought even the 10 Runaway Mom, who gets a drop in class here, she looks like one that's on the muscle. She's a 5-year-old mare. She's very well behaved here in the paddock, but she's got that nice line of fitness. She's really well tucked up, kind of a lighter body frame than some of the others in here, and certainly looks like the distance will suit her. Just a few more moments to go here for Ellis Park, race number 6. I think 6 minutes left before the horses head out to the turf course for the 1 mile distance. Best of luck here.
Up on the track for the 6th race number 6, sponsored by Hager and Son. Heating and Cooling is a filly and mare, non-316 or open 3-year-old 16 race, mile on a firm turf. The turf rail set to 0. Late scratching here, number 1, Thrombocytopenia has been scratched. Scratch the 1, jockey change on the 4 to Arietta. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super daily double starts the final pick 3 on this Friday card. Post time in 5 minutes. Approaching the gate, less than a minute to field for race number 6, about to cross on over to the turf course. Field of 9 after the scratch, number 1, thrombocytopenia. In field of 9 to go a mile. Hager and Son, Heating and Cooling, sponsoring race 6 to start the final pick 3 on the card. Firm turf, turf rail set to 0. Field of 9 crossing on over. 7 for 5 on Mission Bell for Maggie and Tom. La Turista and Moonshine Dreamer moving in. Taylor going in with Machine Gun Mary. Social Engagement moving in. Hot Heels and Arietta. Coming up, there's a favorite, Mission Bell. In the blue and lime of Miss Maggie Moss. The multi-hued Lake Barkley coming up. Jersey Gold's locked up. Here's Runaway Mom and Apprentice Alice Beckman to the outside to start from Scott Jordan. All set. And they are racing in the Hager and Son Heating and Cooling race. It was a fast start for Hot Heels, also Lake Barkley flashing speed. Then it is Jersey Gold, La Turista, Social Engagement. These 5 lead the charge the first turn. The favorite Mission Bell came away racing 6 and about the 4 path and 3.5 off the pace. Then Moonshine Dreamer now is third last. The 2 back markers, Runaway Mom and Machine Gun Mary is last of the 9. They work around the turn with just about 6 furlongs to go. 12 lengths would cover the lot. And up top, the first quarter was 24 and 3. And Hot Heels leads them up the P-Patch path there by a length and a half. Lake Barkley is tracking her in the pocket there from second. Jersey Gold to the outside third. La Turista covered up and sequestered from fourth. Social Engagement flanks her, as does Mission Bell to that one. Still 2 back to Moonshine Dreamer. Runaway Mom is second last, and no twist in the blot. Machine Gun Mary is nothing but hindquarters and heels in front of her after a half, 48 and 2. Into the far turn. Up top, Hot Heels is now collared by Lake Barkley, who tries to press on pass as they are midpoint through the turn. Up on the extreme outside, there goes the favorite Mission Bell, cut loose by Edgar as they work around the turn with a quarter to go. And they stack up 3 now, 4 across the course. Hot Heels to the inside, Lake Barkley, and now Mission Bell is up to the outside to sweep on by. Down along the inside, still fighting on his Hot Heels, but Mission Bell has gained the upper hand. Put in tight there in the final quarter there is La Turista up to the outside. Here's Social Engagement. Social Engagement just swept by him like they were tied to the water tower. Social Engagement is gone. She won by 2.5 going away. Mission Bell was next, then Hot Heels in a photo. And finishing fourth was number 2, La Turista in 1:35 and 2. The judges have posted unofficial winner number 3, Social Engagement. They've called for a photo for the second spot. Upon review of the photo, the judges have determined number 8, Mission Bell, did hold second over number 4, Hot Heels, and finishing fourth, the 2, La Turista, 3-8-4-2, 3-8-4-2 unofficial. Once again, 3842 unofficial. And the sixth is official, 1324, 498, and 342 on the winner. $1 exact, the 3 and 8 was $18.81. $0.50 try, $55.59. The winning pick 3, 49.43 consolation with the scratch of the 1, $7.09. Dime Supers, 62.70. Couple of daily doubles with the scratch of the 1. The daily double ending with the 1 who was scratched, and the winning horse, the 3, social engagement. With the 1, it pays $3.02. The consolation winning double, $22.54. Entering the Jeff Hall winner's circle, the official winner of the 6th race, the Hager & Son Heating and Cooling race. Here she is, Social Engagement. First start on the turf, a impressive one. Well-bred daughter of Cupid out of the Langford mare, Cherry Blossom Miss. Is owned by Pocket Aces Racing, trained by Brendan Walsh for a second on the card, and Vincent Chamano, the winning jockey. Number 3, Social Engagement, now a 3-time winner. Turf debut in 135 and 2. Race 7 up next in 20 minutes. It's sponsored by Run Happy. It starts a late double. Take out the 3 plain or peanut. There's a jockey change for the 8 Revere Note to Alice Beckman. And they are racing in the Hager & Son Heating and Cooling race. It was a fast start for Hot Hills, also Lake Barkley flashing speed. Then it is Jersey Gold, La Turista, Social Engagement. These 5 lead the charge the first turn. The favorite Mission Bell came away racing 6 and about the 4 path and 3.5 off the pace. Then Moonshine Dreamer now is third last. The 2 back markers, Runaway Mom and Machine Gun Mary is last of the 9. They work around the turn with just about 6 furlongs to go. 12 lengths would cover the lot. And up top, the first quarter was 24 and 3. And Hot Heels leads them up the P-Patch path there by a length and a half. Lake Barkley is tracking her in the pocket there from second. Jersey Gold to the outside third. La Turista covered up and sequestered from fourth. Social Engagement flanks her, as does Mission Bell to that one. Still 2 back to Moonshine Dreamer. Runaway Mom is second last, and no twist in the blot. Machine Gun Mary has nothing but hindquarters and heels in front of her after a half, 48 and 2. Into the far turn. Up top, Hot Hills is now collared by Lake Barkley, who tries to press on pass as they are midpoint through the turn. Up on the extreme outside, there goes the favorite Mission Bell, cut loose by Edgar as they work around the turn with a quarter to go. And they stack up 3 now, 4 across the course. Hot heels to the inside, Lake Barkley, and now Mission Bell is up to the outside to sweep on by. Down along the inside, still fighting on his hot heels, but Mission Bell has gained the upper hand. Put in tight there in the final quarter there is La Teresa up to the outside. Here's Social Engagement. Social Engagement just swept by him like they were tied to the water tower. Social Engagement is gone. She won by 2.5 going away. Mission Bell was next in hot heels in a photo, and finishing fourth was number 2, La Teresa in 1:35 and 2.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Brewed with Valencia orange and coriander, Blue Moon is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang in a gallery. But then, you wouldn't be able to grab it. Sure, something so well crafted might belong in a frame, but then you wouldn't be able to drink it. So, we framed it with our signature glass instead. Blue Moon, one of a kind, every time.
Race number 7 up next here at Ellis Park, a maiden special weight race for $60,000 brought to us by our friends at Run Happy. This one for the 2-year-olds, 7 furlongs on the main track surface, which is listed as fast today. Again, perfect conditions for racing at Ellis Park. As we get down towards the end of our card, this is the start of the late double if you're playing along. Lots of first-time starters in here, lots of horses, rather, with a little experience. I went to the 11 Easy Big Boy because he has had a couple of outs already, and I thought that they were pretty good efforts. Trained by Steve Asmussen, who's winning right now at 36% here at the meet. Just won a couple of the stakes races, so he's off to a hot start and always in the leading trainer standings here at the Pea Patch. Gets the services of Joe Talamo here today. They actually started this horse off at 4.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs. He finished 4th that day, beaten by 8 lengths. Then he went to another maiden special weight at Churchill and was beaten by Gulfport, who was an absolute monster, I believe also for the Steve Asmussen barn. So this one had no chance against that winner that day. Then came back at Churchill Downs once more over 6 furlongs against maiden special weight company. Finished 2nd, but beaten by 12 lengths to another monster young horse named Damon's Mound, trained by Michelle Lovell, who looks to be a really big superstar. So Easy Big Boy has not had it easy in his career thus far. I certainly think this group of horses looks like a pretty good one for him to run against here today. And I think his performances in his first couple of races are probably good enough to earn him a pretty decent placing against this field. As far as how he looked in the paddock, I thought he was very much on the muscle. The Steve Asmussen horses are always so well turned out when they come and make an appearance here on the front side. So I think that he's certainly one that he knows what his job is. He's had a couple of races thus far, and I certainly think he deserves to be at the top of the selections, at least for me. The 9 horse is Nick's Story. This one for Brad Cox, really well muscled, fit horse here, especially for one that has not made a start thus yet. Has been working at Ellis Park locally, comes in off of a gate work on July 12th, 5 furlongs in a minute and 1. And you know, this is one that I think certainly Brad Cox has ready to go. It's a horse that I think looks fit enough. This one is a half sibling to Arella Rockstar, who won the Grade 3 matron at Belmont. Some really nice family lines there. So the son of Bernardini, I think, looks to be physically very fit for a firster. I will say the 12-horse Hayes Strike for Kenny McPeak. Really excited to see this one because the mother won over $500,000, and this one is a half to Senior Investment, who won the Grade 3 Lexington at Keeneland and was 3rd in the 20-17 Preakness behind Cloud Computing. But I did think that he had just a little bit of condition to him. He's a big boy. I mean, he looks like a horse that's going to grow into himself quite a lot. He's the son of Connect, but I thought maybe here today he looked like one that might need a start. That being said, his workouts have been very good. He just has a couple on the page, so I'm not really surprised to see his body type with only about 5 or 6 works coming into this first start. But Kenny McPeak really good with 2-year-old horses. This is his game, so certainly something to consider. We'll see how he runs here today on debut. Now the 10 horse is Fight Fiercely for Eddie Keneally. Rafael Bejarano in the irons here today. This is a horse who ran 3rd on debut. That was at Churchill Downs over the 5 furlongs. I did think that he looked good here in the paddock as well. He looked like a horse that had some energy to him. Sometimes they wake up after that first start and they realize that racing is exciting, and this is when they come over for the afternoon. That's when it's time to run, and that certainly seems to be what I think is happening here with him. He ran well on debut, but today he just has a lot of energy to him as they were saddling. But I think a horse that looks like he's in a good spot. He ran or rather worked 4 furlongs in 48 flat at Churchill Downs on July 15th. So he's another one that looks really, really fit in here. So some stellar bloodlines in this particular field. The 2-horse Spielman, a little bit of a bad actor over there towards the rail, but the 1 and the 1A were also acting up. A couple of these colts acting a bit studdish here. But the dam of this one made over $800,000, won the Grade 1 Princess Rooney, the Humana Distaff, and also the Grade 3 Pocahontas, which is raced for 2-year-olds. So maybe some precocity in that pedigree. That being said, he's another one that's carrying quite a bit of condition here today. So we'll see how he goes as he heads out to the racetrack. Jockey's getting the leg up in a very competitive field for maiden special weights. Headed your way, race 7.
On the track for the 7th race, sponsored by Run Happy, Maiden 2-year-old. Special weight for a purse of $60,000 to go 7 furlongs out of the chute. In this race, number 3, Plainer Peanut has been scratched. Jockey change on the 8, Revere Note to Alice Beckman. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super. It starts a late daily double. Race 7. 2-year-olds take to the track. They'll be at the gate in 3 minutes. Approaching the gate here for race 7, sponsored by Run Happy. Good quality field of maiden 2-year-olds to go 7 furlongs. 9-5 on Fight Fiercely. 4-1. Slight overlay on Easy Big Boy. Full gate of 12 2-year-olds, sponsored by Run Happy, are beginning to load here for the starting leg of the late double race 7. 5 of the 6 races have been won by a horse wearing the 4 saddlecloth. Currently, Coach Rogers in here is 26-1. As Macho Villa comes up for the coach and the bug boy, Rene Diaz. The gray son of Frosted Departure, the next one. 1 of 2 in here for Kenny McPeak. C-Land has the call. Revere Note and Alice Beckman. Counter Spy. 1 of 2 in here for owner John Oxley. The other one, Dream Force to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing. Good start for Dream Force, who was quick into stride. Cinch Up is flashing speed from between horses, and underneath, there goes Coach Rogers as they leave the chute and they straighten up with the main course. Up top. From the inside, Frosted Departure. Up on the extreme outside, it is Cinch Up. From between horses, Nick Story is trying to split horses there as they head up the backside. Deep on the course, Counter Spy is there. Dream Force right alongside. Then 2 lengths further back to Spielman. In the blue silks, come along mid-flight right to that one's outside. It is Macho Villa to the extreme outside. Coach Rogers is now 3rd last, falling back through the field. Revere Note is 2nd last, and Hay Strike starts to unwind from last up the inside, but still has 12 lengths to raise. The half mile was 45 and 1. And up top, it is now Frosted Departure and Corey Landry show the way a length. Fight Fiercely now moves into 2nd, has a length and a half to get to the pace setter as they reach the top of the home stretch, and Frosted Departure will turn first. And Frosted Departure in a confident Sea-Land show the way by the furlong grounds in front by 2.5. Fight Fiercely had no response. Then Dream Force has raced up into 3rd. Stablemate Counter Spy is 4th, and everybody else is chasing Frosted Departure. Frosted Departure in start 2 puts it all together and won by almost 3 in the end. Fight Fiercely was 2nd and a mile back to Dream Force, who was 3rd. Stablemate Counter Spy was next. Then it was Macho Villa and Spielman in 1:22 and 3. Into the winner's circle, number 6, Frosted Departure. Left this field cold as the other side of the pillow. Into the winner's circle, the 2-year-old Grey Run Colt is by Frosted out of the More Than Ready mare named Undeterred. The winner's owned by C&H Diamond Racing LLC in partnership with Magdalena Racing, the winning trainer Kenny McPeak and Corey Lannery. The winning jockey, 6, Frosted Departure, crushes him here. Covered the 7 panels, 122.73 seconds. Frosted Departure wins in style. Let go at 6-1 is your unofficial winner. Second, number 10, Fight Fiercely. Third, the 1A Dream Force. The stablemate 4, Counter Spy, was fourth. We'll have to go back to fifth for the Super. Where we will find that number 5, Macho Villa, was fifth to complete your Super. So, exacta 610, try 610-1, the Super 610-1-5. Again, 610-1-5 will be that winning Superfecta payout here in the 7th. Seventh race is official. Price is up. $15.78 to win. $7.40 in the middle. $4.50 to show. $1 exacta 6 and 10 came back $32.18. Pick 3, $138.32. Dime Super, $167.94. The winning trifecta, 6-10-1. 6-10-1 trifecta. For a 50-cent variety, $81.14. The dub, $42.87. Pick 3 was 416, $20.64. Up next, the 8th and final. Take out number 5, Cloud Without Rain. 8th and final, number 5, Cloud Without Rain, is scratch, sponsored by Run Happy, in 22 minutes. And they are racing. Good start for Dream Force, who was quick into stride. Cinch Up is flashing speed from between horses, and underneath, there goes Coach Rogers as they leave the chute and they straighten up with the main course. Up top, from the inside, Frosted Departure. Up on the extreme outside, it is Cinch Up. From between horses, Nick Story is trying to split horses there as they head up the backside. Deep on the course, Counter Spy is there. Dream Force right alongside. Then 2 lengths further back to Spielman. In the blue silks, come along mid-flight, right to that one's outside. It is Macho Villa to the extreme outside. Coach Rogers is now third last, falling back through the field. Revere Note is second last. And Hay Strike starts to unwind from last up the inside, but still has 12 lengths to raise. The half mile was 45 and 1. And up top, it is now Frosted Departure and Corey Lannery show the way a length. Fight Fiercely now moves into second, has a length and a half to get to the pace setter as they reach the top of the home stretch, and Frosted Departure will turn first. And Frosted Departure and a confident Sealand show the way by the furlong grounds in front by 2.5. Fight Fiercely had no response. Then Dream Force has raced up into third. Stablemate Counter Spy is fourth, and everybody else is chasing Frosted Departure. Frosted Departure in start 2 puts it all together and won by almost 3 in the end. Fight Fiercely was second and a mile back to Dream Force, who was third. Stablemate Counter Spy was next. Then it was Macho Villa and Spielman in 122 and 3.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
With some of the fullest fields in the country and quality racing year-round, there's never been a better time to reap the rewards of breeding and racing in Kentucky. Purse money in Kentucky is at an all-time high, as is average purse per race, outpacing California, Florida, and New York. Kentucky breds. Breed them, raise them, race them. We all win.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
It's so cold.
Eighth and final race here at Ellis Park. Another maiden special weight for $60,000 brought to us by Run Happy. This one for maidens 3 years old and up. We're going to go to the turf course once again here today. 5.5 furlongs the distance of this event, and to end the card, a really good size field. So good job by the racing office to put together a competitive card today, and really the rest of the weekend as well. Don't forget, we will have morning racing post time starting at 10:30 in the morning to avoid some of this heat here for both tomorrow and Sunday. As far as race number 8 goes, I went to the 10 horse as my top selection, True Jedi. This one for Chris Davis, Jose Lopez aboard, coming off just a little bit of a layoff, but note that this horse has had 3 races so far. He debuted at Gulfstream Park, 5 furlongs on the grass, and finished second by a neck that day against what I thought was a pretty decent field. And then they tried him on the main track at Keeneland, going 6 furlongs. There was quite a bit of speed that day. I don't think he could hold his own and was just overtaken at the end, but still put in a good performance with the early running. Then at Churchill Downs, they tried to get him on the grass once more, but the race was taken off the turf course, and he ended up finishing 6th as the favorite that day. I think now that he gets back to the grass today, that's going to make a huge difference for this colt, and he's already done such a lot of good running in his few races that he's had thus far. So I'm hoping to see him get back to a much better effort here today. He's certainly a very big boy out here walking in the walking ring. He's one that was really well behaved as he came into the paddock. 3-year-old son of Carpe Diem, who is actually half to a Grade 2 winner at Saratoga, Chancelot, who was second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. So he's got some nice breeding there. He's out of a stakes-winning dam as well. So True Jedi, 6-1 in the morning line. I think you're getting, well, now 5-2. So I talked that one down there for you. But that'll be the top pick for me. The 4 is Veritable. This one for Cherie DeVoe. Brian Hernandez Jr. gets aboard here. This horse has had 1 start thus far, resulted in a well-beaten 3rd place finish, beaten by 9 lengths that day. That was at Churchill Downs, going 6.5 furlongs. We're going to get a little less distance for this horse and also move to the grass here for this start. Cherie DeVoe, very good with turf sprint races, wins at 33%. And with first turfers at 15% as well. I thought this horse was really, really calm, very well behaved here in the paddock for one that's had such little experience. And certainly with the way that Brian Hernandez is off to a hot start here at Ellis, we want to consider this one in those top selections. The 9 horse is Derivative, coming off a pretty long layoff for Mark Casse. But I thought he looked pretty fit. Again, sometimes when these horses have had some time away from the races, they don't have that consistency. You want to get a look at them in the paddock and see how much condition they're carrying, if they look like they might need a race before they're at peak fitness, or if they're ready to go first off the bench. And I have to say, I think Derivative looks like he could be one that's really sharp today. He comes in with that 4 furlong work in 47-4 at Churchill Downs on July 16th. And this barn wins at 16% with horses coming back off of an extended layoff. Really nice shoulder on this horse. He looks to be well spotted in this event. And he actually has gone 5.5 furlongs on the turf before at Churchill Downs just last year. He finished a really good second by a neck with Adam Biscazza in the irons. So I certainly think a horse that's well meant in this spot, and right now at 5-1, does provide some value. The 6 horse in this field is Hunter John, trained by John Ortiz. A nice leggy type, son of McLean's Music. He's got some speed. And although he hasn't been on the grass, at least here on the East Coast, he had that 1 start at Santa Anita Park on the turf course, going 6.5 furlongs. I think it was more so just a result of first time out for him. He finished 8th, beaten by 11 lengths. And then they sent him up to Northern California at Golden Gate Fields to run over the synthetic. And he had a better showing of himself, finishing in the top 3. He had 1 more race on the main track at Santa Anita, and it wasn't a great effort for him. So they gave him some time off. He's now in the conditioning of John Ortiz, who, again, winning at 57% for the meet. And I guess he had another one today, so it'd be a little bit higher than that. Certainly looks to be well spotted here also. He's another one really well turned out in the paddock as he just comes by me here. He's got some nice length to him, a good height as well. His coat is really, really shiny. He doesn't seem to be too affected by the heat. It is obviously getting hotter in the day, hence why we started so early. But he's one that looks like he's really, really calm, cool, and collected, which I like to see for the barn. We'll mention that the 8 horse Vassar's Boy for Stephen Lister finished 4th last time out on the grass at Indiana. This one on the turf course. This horse is a half to $2.2 million winner, Stormy Liberal, who was 2018 champion turf male, won the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint twice. Also, this one half to multiple stakes winner, Leinster. Won the Grade 2 Shakertown, the Woodford at Keeneland, and set a new track record at both those tracks. So you've got some really nice turf breeding on the bottom side with Vassar's Boy with some of those siblings. Really a nice group of horses in here, well-bred, certainly well-meant here. The other one I'll mention is the 3-horse, and right now at 21-1, bit of a long shot. Mitchell Murrell going to be aboard. He rides really well for the Foley barn. I think they win together at about 15%. And this is a horse that just had one start. That was at Indiana, 5 furlongs that day on the grass against Always Hopeful, who seems to really have an affinity for that course. This one's going to come back at Ellis Park. I think he's well meant here. He's a half to Major Fed, who is also trained by the Foley barn. So they've had some experience for this pedigree. 3-year-old son of Lemon Drop Kid, I think really well bred for a race like this, and I'm interested to see how he performs, maybe for some value underneath if you're playing the final race here with the Superfecta. Horses headed to the track for race number 8, our final race for the Friday card at Ellis Park. Best of luck.
On the track here for the 8th and final, sponsored by Run Happy, scratch number 5, Cloud Without Rain. Made it special to go 5.5 on a firm turf rail set to 0. Exacta try, Superfecta wagering. Post time is in about 3 minutes. And they're crossing onto the turf course here for the 8th and final, sponsored by Run Happy. Maiden special weight to go 5.5 on the firm turf, 2-1 on True Jedi. Back on the turf where this one debuted a strong second at Gulfstream. Vassar's Boy. In Sealand, up and in. Here's Veritable. 1-2 in here for Cherie DeVoe. Veritable and Brian Hernandez. This one third on debut on the dirt. Hunter John and True Jedi, the next two. And Czar Townies to the outside. For the Black Horse Farm, 11-1. They're at the post. And they are racing to a level beginning. From between horses, Hunter John was quick into stride. Veritable jumped well as well up the inside. Booyah! And on the extreme outside, True Jedi now flashing speed. There goes our Townies up to the outside as well as they hit up the backside past the half. Strung outfield. Hunter John leads into the turn by a length. True Jedi tracking from second. Zartownies is a close-up third. Deep on the course, it is Veritable Vassar's Boy stuck in between horses. Down on the inside, Booyah! Still two back to Truly Mischief. Derivative is next, and a couple lengths further back to the Clown. And at the back of the pack, Go Virtual. 1 quarter to go. The quarter was 22 seconds flat. They come to the top of the home stretch, and they're 2 across the course as they straighten away for the money. On the inside, it is still fighting on. Hunter John to the outside, True Jedi, and here's Zartownies, who cut loose to the outside. 3 across the course with a 16th to go, and Hunter John is resilient. Zartownies is lunging, and Hunter John, another winner for the Johnny Ortiz barn, goes virtually coast to coast here, 101 and 2. Hunter John, a 7-1 winner to close out the show. Number 6, Hunter John. In from SoCal to the Ortiz barn, goes virtually wire to wire here for Lundbeck and Haynes. Posted as your unofficial winner. Again, number 6, Hunter John, unofficial winner. Photo for the Miners. Result of the photograph. For second will be posted shortly. Into the winner's circle, number 6, Hunter John. Hunter John, a 3-year-old dark bear brown colt by McLean's Music out of the tail of the cat mare named Watercolors. The winner's owned by Barbara Lundbeck and John Haynes. The winning trainer, Gianni Ortiz and Raylu Gutierrez. The winning jockey, 2 wins on the card for Ortiz and Gutierrez. For Hunter John, this is the maiden break-in performance here. Coming in start number 6. And the Kentucky bred covered the 5.5 on turf in 101 and 2. Upon review of the photograph, the judges determined number 10, True Dot Jedi, was second. The 11, Zartownies, was third. Number 1, Truly Mischief, fourth. 6, 10, 11, 1, now official. 1674 to win, 672 to place, 484 for the show dough. $1 try, $192.01. The winning exact in the closeout race. The get-out race was 610. And that exacta will be up shortly. 26.10, a 50-cent try, 96.01. The double, pair of sixes, $70.71. Pick 3, 366, $314.95. Pick 4, $938.19. Pick 5, $4,964.04. 4 of 5 Conso, $63.04. Dime Super, $72.79. Well, that wraps up live racing for this Friday here at the track. Fun doesn't stop here. You're invited to stick around. Head on over to the comfort of the air-conditioned clubhouse, where simulcast action continues from tracks throughout the country, including Del Mar Opening Day card and the HHR machines up there and running as well. Live racing back at you tomorrow. Another 9 race card tomorrow. 9 races tomorrow. Don't forget, this whole weekend here at the track, 10:30 Central Post. Farm 11 to 1. They're at the post. And they are racing to a level beginning. From between horses, Hunter John was quick into stride. Veritable jumped well as well up the inside. Booyah! And on the extreme outside, True Jedi now flashing speed. There goes Zartownies up to the outside as well as they hit up the backside past the half. Strung outfield. Hunter John leads into the turn by a length. True Jedi tracking from second. Zartownies is a close-up third. Deep on the course, it is Veritable Vassar's Boy stuck in between horses. Down on the inside, Booyah! Still two back to Truly Mischief. Derivative is next, and a couple lengths further back to the Clown. And at the back of the pack, Go Virtual. 1 quarter to go. The quarter was 22 seconds flat. They come to the top of the home stretch, and they're 2 across the course as they straighten away for the money. On the inside, it is still fighting on. Hunter John to the outside, True Jedi, and here's Zartownies, who cut loose to the outside. 3 across the course with a 16th to go, and Hunter John is resilient. Zartownies is lunging, and Hunter John, another winner for the Johnny Ortiz barn, goes virtually coast to coast here, 101 and 2. Hunter John, a 7-1 winner to close out the show.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.